And we are live. Hello, everybody. Here we are. You could be watching from anywhere in the world, anywhere in the United States. Welcome, and some of you may be seeing this as a rerun. I hope all of you have had a great week. And I was doing some things, and now I'm here. Now I'm going to switch over to the other window. Alright, hello everybody. Now I'm going to get this stream over here so you all can see what's going on. As you can see, this is the chat window. And I'm going to now read the chat. Mary says, I have some things to take care of. I hope the spaceship doesn't take off without me. We did not. We waited for you, and here we are. And that is Bubbles trying to fight his tail, and he shouldn't do that. And he's okay now. He likes to make a commotion before we go live, usually. And also, next says, holding back the countdown for you, Mary. Take care and see you soon. Next also says, well, no, I didn't charge the device, preparing the headset. Okay, well, glad that all of you interacted in the chat. All of y'all are here, and we'll be talking about some of the games. I'm going to start the game, and we'll do the different things like that. So I'm going to get the game part started. Alright. Alright, so here we are. As I usually do, I do this late night gaming. The game is launching now. Soon we'll see a different screen. Alright. And I'll talk and chat while we do this. So, tonight, when I went outside, I looked at the very nice stars out. And here we go. Here it is. It's working. And you see this is like the Christmas theme in the game. Drink some water for a second. Now, and we have the pirate right here. And here we go. Cuba. And yesterday in the game we had a very interesting time. Me and my companion and I in the game, we went and we got a lot of ships and bounty hunters in the Navy. We did very well. And I enjoyed that. And then later on in the night I got another crew, a whole other crew, and we went out and sailed and did our thing. It was nice. Okay, so now we're going to launch the Duchess ship. Nice big ship I just got. Nice in the front. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna allow the crew, I'm gonna allow the public. Alright. Here we go. I want to go and attack this ship. This one's a little bit lethal, so I'm gonna go this way. Alright, and they fired at us and it didn't work. Now we're gonna go this way. Yeah, so this ship. It has something in it where it can automatically sink the ship. That's why I'm keeping a distance from it. So my day went very well. Had a good time with friends and chat friends, and got a lot of other things done today. And like today, I learned some new things. It was like cloudy today and sunny. It just kind of varied a little bit here and there. Hello, next. Next says Alien Hey. Hope you are well on headset. Get the pirate gold. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And what I basically do is I just go and sink ships out in the Caribbean. That's all I do. I'm not on any kind of quest, because in this game you could have different quests. And I'm just going on these random things for the attack of plunder. Alright. And I just got some more pirate gold, everybody. Speaking of that, like yesterday I was talking about how gold and the different prices of the precious metals are being affected by the conflict out there, where they had this ship explosion because they had some enemies attack the ship. Now I'm going to come about really quickly, and this way I could go and get this done. Alright. Yes, here we go. Now we go and we sank it. Thanks for repairing. And now we're going into these other waters where we have all these Navy ships at to sink. let's go and wipe them all out. All right. Now I'm aiming the ship so the other players can go and attack. Alright, good. We got some more pirate gold. Fantastic. And I like the discussion we had yesterday, and I'll be talking about some of the food. And it looks like we got hit by something, and they're repairing it. That's good. Because my hull in the game, it needs to be a little bit more. They must have had a whole group of people that they weren't able to sink these ships. It's like the pirate movie. They're all like all on fire. That's really cool. We're gonna go and hit this ship. And here we go. I am getting more plunder in the game, which is very cool. And there's so many of these in the waters. And also something I like to talk about is how with the spices and stuff, because back in this time period they had a lot of spices, and that's some of the loot you could get in the game is the spices. You know, that was a very valuable thing at that time period. Alright, good. We got them. And now we have this new ship that's coming out. So basically with the cats are doing very good. And they have their blankets and stuff, the ones that are outside. And we got close. That's great. Now they're going to try to attack us here. Now it's going to be kind of flipping around back and forth. So now what I'm doing is I'm going back around this way, and I'm going to go and hit these ships. Alright, I miss. I got them so they didn't miss me. Well, I miss. Well, what I meant to say was they didn't hit me, they missed. And, because the cats would need their warm blankets because of the weather, but, they come around different times. Ooh. Oh. And they hit us with some heavy artillery, and I sunk. And I'm thankful for all those that are here, and those are watching and seeing the rerun. And they hit us with something very heavy, and that's why it sunk. Cuba jail. That must be why the other ship sank. Now I have to go and get this thing taken out from the depth. Let's see, repair. Repair. And the guy was telling me those, I don't know what they're called, but because I can't really see, Corslers, because it's like the type of a missile they launched at us. Very annoying. And I'm like, yes, they are. And that's probably what sunk those other ships. I wondered what sunk them. It was probably that. Yeah, because this ship, that one attacked me. I didn't attack that one. Yeah, and my friend said that the skeleton ships have no manners. Now we're patching the holes and fixing up the ship leaks that just happened. And now we're going to go and saw these things, and there we go. Saw the boards. And yesterday we went to the island where they had the Flying Dutchman crew. That was pretty cool. And like economically speaking, there's a lot of things that are affected by wars and stuff that'll affect things in the economy. So that's the interesting thing about it. And like, you know, like with things like with investing, it's best for people to go by, you know, precise logic and not emotional things. I'm probably going to go out into this other area again and sink the ships because they attacked us. Okay. Alright, good. We missed the attack. And the cats, you know, Bubbles, his brother, Sugar, and Sparkles, they getting a whole group of people right now. Oh, that's a lot of people. And in this game, we got a lot of people to join the crew. Okay. Okay, now we're going to go this way. Okay. Okay, it looks like we got a whole army on this ship. Yeah, because he was telling me the people that were in the game were some kind of a weird people or something, or trying to mess with the game or something like that. And that's what we were dealing with. Yeah, so it must be like some people that some players that might be doing something like trying to hijack the ship or something. And it took his friend a whole hour to get the people off the ship. And I told him, "Oh wow, that's." So I think they have, yeah, it's just these people that are coming through and doing things that they shouldn't be doing probably, and hopefully the game could go and deal with them. Yeah, I didn't know that. Oh my. Yeah, this is a tedious situation. Yeah, so they're trying to hijack the ship. Alright, we're going to be docking right now to get them out. Yeah, so these are the weirdos that were trying to hijack the ship. And wow, this is news to me. So me and the other player that I usually do this pirate stuff with in the game was saying that these people, these gangs of people come into the game and they they force you to like sink, but they have too many people there. And I guess what I'm going to do is I'm not going to make it public anymore. All right. My friend's going to go and like talk to the people and the he's going to go and talk to the people about it in the game. I want. He's telling me he keeps on like telling me he's sorry about the inconvenience, and I'm going to tell him it's okay. I'm glad he told me, because I wouldn't have known. So glad now YouTube can know about it. So those on YouTube, basically, like in this in this game, there was a situation when me and my companion were going out and attacking ships, and then we were hijacked by a couple of different people. And yes, next you understand the inconvenience. So we were going, like we were going on the ship and getting other, you know, attacking those ships, and then there's a hijacking that occurred where a bunch of players take over the ship, so it would cause the ship to sink if there's too many people. And I was almost at overcapacity, and they're trying to get me to give them the wheel. And I never thought in a game that would happen. You hear about that in real life, but you don't hear about that in a game. So I think it's quite. So these people were up to something nefarious, and he kept on like apologizing and stuff. And he wasn't even at fault. And he was just like, I'm glad he was there. I would have not have known. I would have never have known that, because yesterday we had a lot of people and it went well. But these people, they're up to something. So that's why I'm glad that he's reporting it to the the game. All right. I'm gonna go and do something on my ship, so we don't have this problem. Okay, ship. I took off the public. Oh, it's like a customer service thing. So the Pirates of the Caribbean Online, there's this customer service thing, and they have, and he's like showing, he's reporting it to the people that own the game. I never had this problem in my entire life. Even like when Disney owned the game, I didn't have the problem with it, and that's something I never even would have thought of. So I wonder, you know, what's going on with that. drop anchor, and it's scary. I don't know where they were going to go with their ship, with the ship. Because that didn't happen ever before, like telling me to go and take, they want the wheel. And next on line says, understand that kind of annoyance. Yep, the RMTers ruin the game often. The game masters, that's good. Yes, next. I'm glad you seem to understand what's going on here more than I do. It's just you have nefarious people everywhere. And I remember, like, the game, like, when Disney had it, I mean, there was a point where I left it, like, and then, like, when it was going to go back to the game, but Disney already, like, closed it down. This is like a remake of the game. I mean, it looks duplicate to the Disney version. This is not the Disney game, but it's like a twin version of it. Thanks, next. Glad that you understand the situation. And thank you. Hello, Mary. Good to see you. Oh, so yeah, the you could come on the ship, Mary. You see, what happened was I was playing the game, Mary, and with my friend Samuel in the game, and basically what happened was he I got my ship got so many people on it, the crew, these different people, and then he was telling me to not crew them and that they're trying to hijack the ship and cause it to sink with too many people on it, and one of them was asking me for the wheel of the ship. So it was nefarious individuals, and my friend was is reporting it to the pirate game owners, and that's why he's like in AFK mode, which means like he's like kind of offline, and that's something that never happened to me before. And I had a lot of people on last night on the thing, but we all like sunk ships. They weren't doing anything weird. And I'm going to go to another island to get the ship repaired. And my friend, he kept on apologizing for what happened. And it's not his fault, of course. But without him there, I wouldn't have ever have known that in my life. And he was saying how it took his friend a whole hour to get them off of the other ship. And that's why he was telling me you don't really see public ships anymore. Yeah, she heard. Okay, you heard the story. So you know how like when something happened, like a hijacking when they hijacked planes and things, it's like that, but in a game. And so when there's too many people on the ship, it causes it to sink in the game. So it was people that were up to some kind of a nefarious purpose. And that's why there were so many of the people. I didn't know what was going on. There's so many of them coming on board. It didn't make any sense. Because I had my ship as a public ship, so people from the public can come on the in the game. All right, let's turn around. Yeah, scary people. There's just a bunch of crazy people that are everywhere. Right. Oh, exactly, Mary. They are losers. Because that's how the game works, but they cause a situation where they want to ruin it for everybody. It's great. It's evil. And when he told me about the hijacking, I immediately went to shore and got rid of him. Okay, Mary, thanks. I'm glad that you understand. Yeah, because I don't know why people want to do that. This game used to be, even like when Disney had it, it was cool. There was nothing really bad about it. It was just ships fighting each other, but that is really bad. Because it's like there's no in the game, there wouldn't be any like regulations. Like it's not like a flight where you could like check people out. There's like no background checks so far in the game. Oh, Mary, on my game, I would have a couple of people when it's public. But what happened was there was too many. It's like say the maximum is 12, and like say like 5 or 4 would come on. But I was getting spammed with a lot of people, like too many people. It was like so. There's a bunch of nefarious people that are trying to attack the game and cause it to have a problem and like overwhelm the ship and cause it to sink. And one of them was asking me for the wheel. He said, "Give me the wheel right now." Like, so it's a case of a. It's like this is like a pirate game, but then they're like becoming like real pirates, which that's not good. Yeah, they need to be sent to another dimension in outer space. I agree. Well, I'm glad that I'm streaming this on YouTube, and I told my friend that I'm streaming this, and everybody knows about it, and he said good because it's like now YouTube will, it's recorded on YouTube what happened, so I have video evidence. And my friend went offline to report it. Hello, Turning Guns. Good to see you. Thanks, next. Thank you. I'm probably also. And I'm going to keep on spreading the word about what happened. You see, like, God brings the right people across your path, because it's like, if that guy wasn't there, I would have been in a bad situation and not have even have known. It's because it's good that, like, I at least knew something was going on and I had a way to stop it. That's like when you're in the air, you can't do too much, but like we're on the ground, so I could easily just go to a different port. It's like dealing. It's weird. We're supposed to be the pirates, but they're acting like real pirates, like the bad ones. Wow, they're more pirate than me, but in a bad way. Yes, it's very creepy, Mary. So, turning guns. What happened was I was on this game as you saw me yesterday, and I had some people. I have a friend on here that comes, and him and I attack the different ships. And I was making my ship public, and basically, what happened was I was getting. Usually, we have some people from the public that will come on my ship, and they'll help us attack these other ships. But what happened in my situation was they went and what are those ships doing? That was funny. They're like swerving around. So basically, anyway, my ship was being spammed by tons and tons of people, and he was telling me to not crew the people, and they're trying to take the ship over and cause it to sink because there's too many people on the ship. It'll sink. And one of them whispered to me to give them the wheel of the ship right now. So my ship was being hijacked. They're trying to hijack my ship in the game and do God knows what. And so I immediately went to Raven's Cove right over there and docked, so I could get rid of them. And my friend told me it took his other friend a whole hour to get them off. So it was a creepy situation, and that's never happened to me when this game was owned by Disney, or this version. And my friend kind of went offline to go and snapshot the the conversation and the situation to tell the people that own the game what happened. And I told him, I'm live streaming this, and I'm also telling him I'm live on YouTube, so like everybody knows about it. So this is all like being recorded. So like everything that happened, I'm glad that I'm on YouTube. Like this is all being like documented. Right. And that's why he told me there's less and less public ships. Yeah, they need to walk the plank. Yeah. They need to add one of those to the game. Yeah, make them walk the plank. They, as I said a moment ago, they need to add that to the game. And I sunk because of the other ship. It wasn't anything with the bad people. It was something else. They must be putting more powerful things on those ships to cause this one to sink. It's annoying. Alright. Going back out. This is a normal thing that happens in the game. Go repair the ship again. Alright. Okay. It's always annoying when that happens. Because when I was trying to crew the people, it was like there's so many of them. It just was like spam. How are you doing, turning guns? Scurvy shallows. Here we go. Running into that ship now. I'm going to go over here. We could both go and see if we get it. Here we go. We sunk that. Because usually when I open up to the public, there isn't a problem. Oh. Thank you, turning guns. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. And also, Mary says someone needs to start a live stream from the ship. Get rid of the bad pirates. Yeah, I'm glad that I was live talking about this, and this was all documented. Yeah, it's like you're gonna hijack me live on YouTube, and really, you see, it's like they messed with the wrong one, and my friend reported it, and I'm on all kinds of different live streams and stuff all over the platform. I'm gonna expose this. Yeah, they slipped up, and it's not like an airplane. And it's like I could just go glide to the shore, and like what I wouldn't even know what they would want to use the ship for. Oh yeah, exactly. Next. Yes, next. Earlier I think I asked about how you were doing. No, I did. In the beginning of the stream, I did, and glad to see your response that your hand and your wrist is improving, and hopefully the the concussion you had is also doing better as well. I'm going to put the me over. Wait. Ah. Let's see. Okay, that'll be better to put it more over here. Okay. That way, because the chat window was not available. It wasn't like my face was covering the chat window from the pirate game, and now like everybody that could be seen for future situations. It should have always been like that, but I have learned. Oh, I see. Turning guns. I see. And next says, "Ooh, she body slammed herself into a sharp hardwood corner 2 weeks ago. The index finger was sharp, thin thing that pierced it. Airplane was reaching under the seat in front. Tensions sliced through. Oh my goodness, that's horrible. And the N key doesn't cooperate sorry anyway. And yeah, the stupid shapes. Next says Alien always live stream or record it if available. Yes, yes. And also, Turning Guns says, what airplane? Oh, I was talking about what happened with 9/11. How I was talking about that incident, like when they hijack planes, and I'm like, in this game, I can just, oh, of course, this is just a game. It's not real life. I can just glide. It's since it's a ship, I could just glide to a shore. With a plane, it would be a little bit more tedious because it's up in the air. That's what I meant. So for now on, I'm gonna have the game with me in this corner because so the chat window could be visible. Because before, my my face was blocking the chat window where the other people were talking. So now we'll have it like this. Oh, he was talking to Next. Okay, I thought he was talking to me. So I mentioned something about that earlier, about the airplane. I was comparing it to like an airplane hijacking. It's easier. All right. Here we go. We're fighting. And yeah, as Next said, it's very good to always stream stuff recorded if you can. Yeah. And my friend took snapshots of the chat. Yeah, there we go. We're fighting. Hey, now my friend's coming back. Oh, Samuel. This is a person in the pirate game that I talked to. He's not on YouTube. He's just in the pirate game. That guy right there. And as I said, I have now me in this corner, so everything from the chat could be more visible than it was before from the pirate game. It should have been like that before, but I didn't think about it. Okay, and my friend said he's warning his other friends about what happened. And he says he's warning his friends, and I told him, they chose to hijack me during my YouTube live. Yeah, because you see, like, when we were here, they had the people spamming the ship and all, and that was really cool. That we we had that, and yeah, that's him right there. And also, see if any of my friends are online. He's the only one. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And next on, yeah, Mary says next online. I understand better now. Sorry you had some issues. Hope you're very soon and careful. She said, Mary, yup, to shake off the gluteus daily, and didn't mean to take up so much space about it. And my friends said they've been doing this for months. And let's see. So yeah, you all could see the chat now on the pirate game now. Yeah, so I was telling them that one was trying to get the wheel from me, and as I said, that's why I moved my thing over here so that chat could be seen. So if something happened, you'd be able to see the chat window. But of course, it was still known what was going on, because you all could still see it. Because I have y'all's chat in the window, but it's transparent, so anybody could see it. Yeah, and I was telling him that basically with the person, they, they were telling me to, they want the wheel, and I just like ignored it. Yeah, and my friend said his friend had to, from in her ship, she just kept sailing and booted them. Took them an hour. And I'm saying, yeah, that's tedious. So yeah, him and I are like discussing the situation, and I'm telling him I'm going to close it off to the public probably. And also next, that sounds very painful what you went through, and I have been praying for your healing and the situation. And next has teeny jumping ones. Wow. I'm telling him without him there, I would have been doomed. Like I would have, yeah, I would have had a problem. So, as I said, it's good that as I said, the right people come at the right time. The jumpers are sassy. He just doesn't like to the Mookade. Oh yeah, the centipede. I remember that. Yeah, I could show it again on this stream. So the Mookade was this. So basically, what happened was, I, I showed that centipede before. I'll show it again. And he's also telling me that they take up the repair spaces, so the crew can't repair. And he's telling me he wouldn't have been able to have done much because they take up the areas of the how on the ship we have something where we could repair things. He's saying that they take out the spots so no one can repair anything so the ship can sink also. So make clear that's what they do. And as I said, the I didn't take a picture of it, of the chat window, because I didn't, like, I thought when it was in the general chat, but now I'm remembering it was a message to me directly, so he wouldn't have seen it. And my face was in the way of the chat, so I don't know how much of it was visible. But so about the person messaging me that, I don't have any like the proof or evidence for it, but it happened, and during this live, but my face was covering it. That's why I took my face away from it. But I don't think it was completely covering it. It was covering it a lot. But so I'm telling him I understand. Yes, I do have it videoed. And the whisper, I don't know if he could turn off that mechanism. And I'm telling him that's how I knew to dock, because he was there. I wouldn't have known to dock if he wasn't there. And yes, next, I do have it videoed. I have it recorded. Yes. Yeah, I'm telling him I thought it was so weird. And I would have figured it out that there was something nefarious going on, but I mean, I'm glad that he was there to tell me what happened. And he also reported it. Yeah, and next says the first scene was a local hospital ER. The hairs never went back to that one. And she said something about people want to live in rural Japan, and she's like, no, like giant hornets, the Mookade, the ticks, and yeah, country be country, lol. Oh yeah, so turning guns, we have giant roaches, and one time one of them came by me during the stream, and it like flew by my ear, and I had to like bat it off. It was during one of the callers in the show. Yeah, they're really big. They could be like there's my hand. It could be like almost the size of my hand. Yeah. Let's see. Voodoo doll. So you go and heal him. Wrong one. Okay. Because usually I have this healing thing. Maybe I got rid of that one. Hmm. Yeah, I must not have that one anymore. Yeah, yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Next, yeah, and he's saying to have a butterfly net. Oh, yeah, 'cause I had one. Ah, I see it. It's still there. I just didn't know where it was. All right, we have some skills doing. We have some skills. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so he was saying that he was multitasking, and his life flashed before his eyes. It's funny. Yeah, next you could go and do that. We have the elixir. Okay. Right. Hola, Latina. Welcome. So, Latina, there is some drama going on before you got here. My pirate ship was being hijacked by some nefarious. They're trying to hijack my ship and take up the spaces where it could be repaired, which would cause the ship to sink. And understood, Latina. And then my friend in the game right next to me in the game was telling me about how they were, to not crew them, and they're trying to hijack the ship and like make it so it would sink. And then one of them whispered to me to go and give them the wheel, and I moved the windows around so that chat could be visible always. So I'm glad that that happened, where I was live and that happened to me. And then my friend, he stayed some screenshots, that guy, and he reported to the game. And hope you feel better, Latina. All right. I can't completely see letters in this game. Let's see. All right, and she says alien spaceship. Well, I did hear about the people getting killed in certain centuries before for not. Yeah, there. Yeah, there you go. It's repeating itself. Exactly. So we're having that kind of situation again. Absolutely. And he was saying one of his friends wants the details of what happened. Yeah. And it was all live here on YouTube. Y'all that saw it, saw the situation. Oops. Wrong window. Okay. So I'm just going to go around and attack these different things. Okay, Latina. Good night. Thanks for coming. And this is just some more parts of the island, and you have some more crabs. Hey, Essie, you missed some crazy stuff that happened in the game earlier. And so what happened was I my ship was being hijacked by people. By a bunch of people were boarding the ship and I was trying to go and crew them. And also my friend was telling me in the game to not go and crew them because they were like nefarious people. They were trying to like take up the space in the ship so the ship would sink, and also the areas where you would repair things. So, and then one of them was like telling me to go and with the ship to go and give him the steering wheel of the ship. This man was like the steering wheel. It's like we're driving cars or something when the cars weren't even invented yet. Like so, it was crazy, and I'm glad that it's like they chose to hijack me, and like I'm on live on YouTube documenting it. It's hilarious. So actually, Essie, my friend, he took screenshots and he sent it to the people that owned the game. He sent it to their customer service, and he reported the incident. And he said this has been happening for a couple of months, and they haven't done anything. But it just that's why there's a lot of less public ships. I mean, yesterday we had a good time having a bunch of people, and they went and took it, and we had a good time. But this was a different group that was trying to hijack it because it was spam. It was like so many people were boarding the ship. Glad that you feel blessed turning guns. Whoa, I'm attacked by something. Good grief. I didn't expect that to happen. I was just minding my own business. You see, these things are bad. Open fire. Ha. SC says there are a lot of people that try to cheat on games. Yeah, and you see, that's the moon briefly. It's going about to be sunlight in the game, but like, see, that's the moon in the sky. It's really nice. Nice island. I couldn't really show you much of the moon because of these little trolls that were trying to mess with everything. Bark on the moon. So it was a wild game, and I'm just like, I was telling my friend in the game, it's like on YouTube, I put all this on YouTube. It's like they choose to hijack me while I'm live on YouTube, and I didn't take a picture of the guy, the chat of the guy messaging to me directly, because like, and I didn't have that. The window was over there. I have it moved so that chat could be seen, and so now I moved it so it'd be more visible. All right. I was just trying to get us docked. You see, I'm glad that he was in the game to let me know what was going on, because I wouldn't have known, but I would have figured it out. But it could have been even worse. We're gonna have to do with this way. Aha. And that's the sun. That's really good graphics right there. Okay, SC, thank you for the information. Yeah, it's a nice island. Yeah, this is a shipwreck. So turning guns, we're gonna go explore the shipwreck. And then we have these people. So this is the inside of the ship. And we're looking at it from this angle is pretty interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's very cool, seeing the inside of the sunken ship. I've actually seen the Black Pearl from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. It's in Lafitte, Louisiana. Yeah, this ran aground, and it didn't really do too well. That's the top part, and that's the other side that was cut in half. Hello, SE. I'm exploring this sunken ship with turning guns. And yeah, so that's it. It ran ashore. So yeah, I think it's really cool, the shipwreck. Okay, look in here again. So the cargo. All right. This is a 3-barrel gun I have. All right, we get some more. Rapid fire. Yeah, this one's good. Sea Dog's repeater pistol. That's what this is called. And Turning Guns says naval architecture is actually a pretty fun study. I enjoy learning boat building and yacht design. I like that too, Turning Guns as well. It's very fascinating. Now I'm getting this thing. As I said, hopefully with the situation that occurred, they get it. That they get the hacking problem situated. All right. Yeah, here we go. Running this thing's whole career. Oh, that's pretty cool. I like how that works. I've landed shots in him. I built a Titanic model before Turning Guns. I like doing that. Yeah, Wasp it ran away. Yeah, we got this. Oh, yes, SE. I brought it in from the room and I showed it on the live stream during the Stockton Rush Titanic live streams. And I'll talk more about Titanic and stuff in other streams. It's just that I showed it on the camera. So yes, he's right. I want to build another one also. I made a little bit. I put the front part and the frame of the, I put that part in the wrong, like a little bit in the wrong spot, but overall the thing was done correctly. But I would like to build more, of course. My 3-barrel gun's doing pretty good. My mouse likes to change the different things, and that's not good, but it likes to do that. And that's cool, turning guns, that you did that. And you also liked to do that for 40 years. That's great. Great minds think alike, and I like that ship. I've not heard of it, but I'll look it up later. All right. Hello, DJ. Welcome. All right. Oh, you were 10. That's cool. Let's see. DJ's lurking. Oh, okay. SC, that's good to know. Now we're gonna go and hit him good. Charge. Alright, got some more ships. Okay. Yeah, and earlier was like, that was intense. That was like a movie. Okay, now I'm gonna go and repair my ship. And now I'm hammering, I'm repairing the ship. There we go. And we'll talk about later, we'll talk about food topics, like I said I would. Alright. We're patching up the holes in the ship, and that's good. Okay. Alright, so basically, and it's good to have good friends around that have your back, because there's a lot of people out there to try to ruin the game. And as I said, it's my first experience having a game that, had that problem. Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to destroy the board. Okay. Okay, here we go. This way. Alright, we're repairing that. And now we're patching up the holes in the ship again. It's part of the repair. 3 cargo crates. Here we go. Pumping out. Pumping out everything. Alright, good. You're right off the bow. I mean, yes. It's interesting to do this from different angles. Okay, let's go out here and do it. I like it how it rocks back and forth. Didn't do that before. So there's like a different angle you could see things from. He empty the blag. Okay, Essie, I was pumping out the ship because I I had water in it, so I was pumping the ship out. Yeah, I can imagine turning guns. You're welcome. Nice, nice. I'm getting it without even like driving it. Did all that without even moving the ship. Thanks, Turning Guns, for sharing that with us. Yes, Turning Guns, I could see that. You see, SC, here I go. I'm pumping. And also, here I go. I'm putting the braces together on the ship. Bam. Now we're patching it up. We have beeping. Okay. This thing's leaking. Yeah, Turning Gun says scrappers drain top of the boat and you have to pump the bottom called the blige. Alright. Okay. Yes, yes, the blue on the ship goes down. Right. Alright, so here we go. We're pumping. Okay. Alright, quick work. Good job. Wrong angle. Like that. We'll do this right here. Yeah, so that is what we do. We're sawing some things in the ship. Alright, here we go. Ship repaired. Alright, so there's a spot here. A spot here. Not up here, but... Port Royal over there. Yeah, so let's see if there's any repair things at right here. And you have like the... right here. And one right there. So looking at the different areas they have. Alright. Cannons. It's looking up. And there's the moon. That's nice. Let's do a 180. Now going to Port Royal. Okay. We got a loot of treasure. See, there's medicine, there's an iron ore, there's emeralds. That looks pretty. That looks interesting. Okay. Remember, my friend's friend was like asking him like specifically like what happened. In like detail, and like I was just telling them to tell them that we were like spammed by a bunch of people and they're trying to bring the ship down. It's like, so if someone tried to repair the ship, they couldn't because all the spots would be taken to try to cause it to sink and be annoying. Okay. It's been a while since I've been at Port Royal because usually I've been out on the in the different islands. It's been a while since I've been here. Let's see, probably refill on some tonic. All right. Let's see. Some holy water. Let's see the staff. We have not reached that level yet. That's cool. So now we're gonna go. This is like This is Fort Charles. It's been a little while since we've been here, and like the way you fight these people, it's like you take the sword and you just go run at them, and that's it. Easy. Piece of cake. Let's see. In this game, you cannot use guns to shoot human players. Like, it won't kill them. Okay. All right. Ending his manhole career. All right. So that's in the pirate movie. This is where Elizabeth Swann fell off here to down in the sea, and then Jack went and did something about it. So that's just that part of that movie. It came out in like 2003. Fort Charles, and now let's go to the main area. See, there's one of the docks. They're gonna probably be at Tortuga. Yeah, those are some players hanging out. It's been a while since we've been in Tortuga either, because that one is where these pirates go and hang out. Yeah, those are just other players. Okay. It's nice to be back here because, as I said, we've been on the open ocean for a long time. This is a swamp. I don't know if I'm too familiar with this part of the game. This might be something new they added. Wrong gun, this gun. There's an alligator here. Darn. I was... got it in one shot. This is like a bog, a bayou. I've never seen this place before. Huh. Well, this is news to me. Wow. This must be... this is new. Hmm. Here we are. So, like, this is like how you would stand in this set of people. That's how I would do it, right? Like that. Yeah, and these are the snowmen. Those are the people playing music. And Tortuga is the pirate port. All right. So I am going to get into the other things I was going to talk about soon, in a moment. In a moment. Howling at the Moon. And this is the swimming part. Swimming through. Now, I think there's a graveyard. I think it's in the other one in Port Royal. Alright. This is my old ship. It's like a little fleet. Like this is an example of how these like a fleet, like the Spanish fleet, how they sailed and stuff. Charging straight at the ship. All right. Okay. And we have, this tag team of ship attacks. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go and get this one. And this is the other ship I have. It's not the fast one. Missed it. You can see how slow this one is compared to the other one. I like seeing how, the ships are orchestrated. How we're sailing like a little fleet. Yeah, and these Galileans are ones that Spain used, all a long time ago. We are in the uncharted waters. Now I'm going to hit this. Reminds you of World's End. And I think that it's interesting that this was a time before they had, like, how Titanic was able to communicate with other ships. Like, they didn't have that back in this time period. It's before electricity. So, and I like this, reminds you of how these naval battles would be orchestrated in that time. That's what this is. Okay, and we're gonna get that. Well, these are a lot of ships. So those are the skeleton pirates. The that was pretty cool. So I went full speed, and there's a bounty hunter right there. All right, and we're about to go and hit this. All right. Ship's on fire. Well, we sunk all those ships. Me and the other team. The other team and I. And as I said, this is the slower one. Like, if I had the newer one, which I still have it, I just want to use this one. This would have been much quicker. Probably would have, because it's like my friend Sam was telling me that you have less damage if you go faster. You're careful, you might try to fire a nuke at me. Alright, now we're gonna dock. That was good. We have spices, cotton, copper bars, diamonds, medicine, wheat, and silver bars. Now I can just take the other ship that's fine and go sail that. I'm going to show you all the graveyard at Port Royal, where it has some spooky skeleton zombies. $19 knots. Alright, so this is the undead graveyard at Port Royal. They have some skeleton zombies. And my mouse, I keep on changing the thing. Okay, so here we go. Instantly. This is a new gun that I got. Alright, this is it. Although these are lower level opponents, this gun is really good. Yeah, and this is just some other, like a jungle-ish type area. And now I'm going to get into the other part about the food down here, like the New Orleans food. Okay, and switching over. Get the other window. All right, so I'm gonna talk about food and stuff. So we're gonna go to this for so we have something called gumbo, which is a good dish. I'll explain about that. So this is a gumbo dish, and it's a type of New Orleans food. So gumbo is a stew popular in the U.S. state of Louisiana and is the official state cuisine. Gumbo consists primarily of strongly flavored stock meat or shellfish, or sometimes both. A thicker and the Creole, they call it a holy trinity: celery, bell peppers, and onions. Gumbo is often categorized by the type of thickener used, whether okra or filet powder, dried ground sassafras leaves. I don't know. Yeah, I think I've tried with the one with the leaves before. Oh, that's what that. I knew that was something. That's I that grows in my backyard. So I knew that was something. I didn't know it was I used in gumbo. And hello, Delight. Welcome to the chat. I just finished the gaming part of the stream, and now I'm talking about some like the food in Louisiana. So, I have tons of these in my backyard, and they smell great and they're really cool. So that's used in gumbo, which I have not tried that with gumbo before. So the gumbo dish can be made with or without okra or filet powder. The preferred method in historical New Orleans variation is with the French dark, even chocolate like roux. The flavor of the dish has its origins in many cultures. Creole gumbo generally contains shellfish, and dark roux filet are both. Cajun gumbo is generally based on a darker roux and is made with shellfish or fowl, sausage, or ham. It is often added to gumbos of either variety. After the base prepared, the vegetables are cooked down, the meat is added, the dish simmers for a minute of 3 hours with shellfish and some spices added near the end of the desired filet powder is added after the pot is removed from the heat. Gumbo is traditionally served with rice. It tastes very good. Hot gumbo, it's like when I first had it, it's like a very euphoric thing. It's like this explosion of different tastes. And also, and Delight, you never had gumbo? Well, it's extremely good. I remember the first time I had it, it was at my friend's Thanksgiving down the street. The family cooked. It was a it's a black Creole family. They cook a lot of Louisiana food, and I had it for the Thanksgiving over there when I was a kid, and it was like they were saying like my eyes rolled back in my head. It was like, so I was really into the food because it was so much of the different seasonings and spices in it, and also the so many different flavors. It was really nice. So Delight, it's extremely good. And I'm glad that I got to taste it because in my area there's a lot of people that cook that stuff. Oh, Turning Guns says something I'm gonna mention. So the Holy Trinity food is actually a mirepoix. Classic French mirepoix is onion, celery, bacon. A modern French mirepoix is onion, celery, and carrot. It's base for many a sauce. Well, thank you, Turning Guns, because now there is definitely French food being served in Louisiana, just as you're describing, and with the Creole Cajun food as well, like in conjunction with that. And Turning Guns, I went to a French restaurant when I was a kid, and everybody had to wear suits and like dress nicely, which I like doing. I think that's good to dress up for the appropriate occasion. And basically, I remember it was nice. And a lot of the hotels are French themed. Now, the Cajun and the Creole people, they don't like to get mixed up with each other. They both get triggered. Because a lot of people, including myself, used it interchangeably, but they're two separate things. Onion, celery, bell pepper is definitely a New Orleans thing. Yes. Merpaw is how it sounds. Yeah, Turning Guns. I think because it's different. The different French groups must say different dialects because that's how they would say it down here. Is the way I said it. But thank you for explaining that version of saying it. Okay, Merpaw. Okay, thanks. And either variety. After then, it is prepared with vegetables, are cooked down, and then meat is added. The dish simmers for a maximum of 3 hours with shellfish and some spices added near the end. If desired, filet powder is added. After the pot is removed from heat, gumbo is traditionally served with rice. A third, lesser variety of meatless gumbo. Let's see, I want to go and pin what he said. Now, this word I'm not familiar with. I don't know how it's pronounced. Z herbies. Let's see. Yeah, so that's the word. I've not heard of it before. I've not tried that type of gumbo. That word I just said is essentially a gumbo of slow cooked greens. The dish combines ingredients and culinary practices of several cultures, including African, French, Spanish, and Native American Choctaw. Gumbo may been based have been based on traditional native dishes or may be a derivation of the French dish. Well, first, okay, Z herbs. Okay, thank you. And yes, yes. Next, the sassafras is Creole ad. I want to make sure though, I'm not messing this up. Yeah, so dried and grounded sassafras leaves is added to gumbo. So in the Creole, let's see. So it's not saying specifically if it's Creole or Cajun, but it's okay. Now it's saying yeah, it's Creole. The Creole version can have sassafras leaves in it. I have not tried that version before. So it's not one that I've had. I don't think I've tried that one with the sassafras in it. But yes, it's referring to the Creole one. And also, and the gumbo may have been based on the traditional native dishes, or maybe a derivation of the French dish. I have not heard of this dish before. I'll try to pronounce it, and Turning Guns will say the correct way of pronouncing it in the chat because I'm not too familiar with some of these things. Balou Abasse. Alright, I'm going to type it in the chat to see how it's properly spelled, just in case y'all can't really see it. I'm sure Turning Guns has cooked this before. Or Choctaw stew. But most likely, all of these dishes contributed to the original recipe. It was first described in the recipe. It was described in 1802. That's when it was first described, and it was listed in various cookbooks. In the latter half of the room added in the menu honor of the Louisiana Senator Allen Ellender. The popularity of Chef Paul Prix Dame in the 1980s supered further interest in the dish. Okay, Bala Basse. Thanks, Turning Guns. Etymology. The name of the dish comes likely from Africa by the way of Louisiana French. Scholars and chefs have offered various explanations to the etymology of the word gumbo. About the sneeze. Phew. The dish was likely named after one of its two main ingredients, okra or filet, in the Bantu languages spoken by many enslaved people from Central Africa. The vegetable okra was known as ki gnambo. Because, like those O words, the African language, they like to have the O word a lot at the end of words, from what I've seen. Thanks, next, and Mary. Yes, and turning guns, I would love to try your food one day. And also, I'm about to say some African words. So, Quin Gombu, the word is akin to U Bandu, Uch, and Gombu. And the Tishilba, Chingumbo, Okra, in the language of the native Choctaw people. Filet or ground sassafras leaves. And the big stalks I have in my backyard, that's what that is. I knew that was something. And I looked up about it before, and it was used by the Indians in America. And where Columbus, out off the coast of the country, like when the Caribbean, that's where they found the different, they found those stalks being used for things. The stalks are good for, like, steaks for tomatoes and stuff. And also, basically, with the, so that's cool to know that it's used in gumbo. I mean, I never had that in gumbo before. I should have brought it over to my neighbors. And also, yes, and Mary says Bul Yabe. That's how it's pronounced. And thank you for Mary and Turning Guns for confirming about that. And also, I will say, while I'm reading this with the live stream, with all the different things I'm doing, perhaps I pronounce things a little bit better than I do sometimes, but some things I may not know or forgotten. And also with the stream and everything, the multitasking, some things may not be what it could be if it wasn't for all that. But it's good to have y'all as the co-pilots of the spaceship to help with the pronunciations and with these things. It's very helpful. And the sassafras leaves are also called kombu. Even today in Central African Republic, okra is often referred to as gombu. Because everybody was wondering why I was growing those tall things. It's like, I know plants very well. Oh yeah. I would make Turning Guns the royal chef. Yes. Gumbo is heavily seasoned stew that combines several varieties of meat or seafood with a sauce or gravy. Any combination of meat or seafood can be used. Meat-based gumbo may consist of chicken, duck, squirrel, or rabbit. I never knew that. About the squirrel part, that's something I didn't know about. There's like no squirrels out here anymore. It's like it probably has to do with a lot of like cats and Katrina. Hurricane Katrina probably did something too about it. And also they have oysters. Occasionally added. Seafood based gumbo generally has shrimp, crab meat, and sometimes oysters. And dule, sausage, is often added to both meat and seafood gumbos to provide a piquancy. What is that? Pugnancy refers to a taste of food commonly referred to as spiciness. Okay. Pugnancy. Something like that's what they're talking about. Substance and add additional layer of flavor to a dish. The key is use of tender and dule so it does not become chewy. Most varieties of gumbo are seasoned with onions, parsley, bell pepper, and celery. Tomatoes are sometimes used in seafood gumbo, but traditionally few other vegetables are included. Thanks, Mary. And the older neighbors that moved away from next door to me recently that went to their family in Texas, they they made the gumbo, and the ones that are still on the house over, they had also make like gumbo around Thanksgiving. And I like the gumbo on Thanksgiving because I feel it's very historical because it's like the pilgrims met the Indians and they had their feast, and like me, it's the neighbors here that were different, and it's like I never had like that kind of stuff before, so that was really cool to have a different type of Thanksgiving experience with that. And also, is I'm passionate about it too, turning guns, and I like the the food here, and I like the contrast between the regular French and this type of French. It's very interesting. It's like Australian and say someone from Britain, and then you had somebody from the Americas and Canada. Like there's different types in the French world. It's very interesting. And yeah, Turning Gun says that he actually knew about the squirrel and rabbit thing. And next says, I'm Mary, and because there's something else that she said I want to get to. And she said, I was talking to two ladies in the grocery store once. They were buying ingredients for gumbo. I said, I never made gumbo. They said, where are you from? You see, because my family, they cook a lot of food from Italy because of we're also related to the Italians and other maybe some other French food. So that's the reason why they didn't make stuff from like the people down here. Although we're related to the people down here, I'd say my mom's side it's closer to the regular French people. And I had the influence from being around the other type of French people. And I am through my dad's side related to French Canada. So I would be, although it's not the same thing as the people down here, they would be kin to some of those people there, but they were also British people too. Oh, I know, Delight. It's not a holiday in Australia. My sister lives in Melbourne, and yeah, she told me it's not a holiday there. Right? It's just an American thing. And also, yeah, and next says she didn't like the taste of it. And Mary says she'll pass on eating the woodland creature. And next was like, yeah. And then Turning Gun says when he lived in New Orleans, they had a bay leaf bush tree in the yard. Interesting. And yes, Alien loves gumbo. I remember my friend's mom was saying how when I tried it for the first time, my eyes rolled back in my head, and I was like, "Wow, it's so good." It was like nothing I ever had before. Yeah, free bay leaf. Yeah, and as I said, I never had certain variants of it. Oh, I like raw oysters too, Mary. Shrimp, so seafood based gumbo, shrimp, crab meat, and tea in the so it has onions, parsley, bell pepper, celery, and tomatoes are sometimes used in seafood gumbo, but traditionally a few other vegetables are included. And the people I used to live next door to, he helped build the first Popeyes, and he knew Al Copeland. Yeah, shout out to Turning Guns, keeping bay leaf on hand. You get them from Washington State. Very intriguing. So there's a quote about this. Gumbo is a veritable art form in Louisiana. There are many gumbo recipes as there are cooks. Stir the pot, history of Cajun cuisine. Oh yeah, next it's very cool. And he told me a lot of different things about the how it worked and all. Gumbo broth or gravy derives from three primary thickeners: okra, filet powder, and like we would say roux down here. That's how they would say it. The OUX is like pronounced like O. And also, basically, we have we he said how it was pronounced in his dialect. 4 hours later, we're gonna find what he said. I'll find it. Paw. So he probably pronounce it raw. That's how probably he would pronounce it. And a delight said something very awesome. She said, "We catch our own oysters and mussels and eat them raw with lemons." That is fantastic. Really cool. And in the same dish, rule is so okay. So okra, filet powder, and roe. Traditionally, okra and filet powder are not used in the same dish, although this rule is sometimes broken. Roe can be used alone in conjunction with either of the other thickeners. Okra is more often used as a thickener in seafood gumbos than those with meat. This Michillangeus vegetable, that's a word I'm not familiar with. Michele Mich Muke. It's like mucus, I think. Mucilage is a thick, gluey substance produced by nearly all plants at some point. Okay. So the mucillineous. That's a word. Vegetable is usually cooked first and other ingredients added once the desired consistency is reached. According to the Oxford Companion to Food, okra based gumbos are becoming less popular as okra texture has become less palatable to changing tastes. Oh, yeah, exactly, Delight. I totally agree. Like when I grew my own broccoli and my a lot of my own vegetables in my yard, and basically what happened was I would see it was so green all over it. It looks nothing like the type from the grocery store, and fresh vegetables taste good. And I've had fresh crab before, and so I definitely agree that the fresh anything is better. And that is basically what happened with that. So yeah, Delight, that's a good that you point that out. That when it's caught fresh, it tastes better. And okra-based gumbos are becoming less popular as the okra texture has become less palatable to changing tastes. I made next online's day. Right, exactly. Ground sassafras leaf, known as fillet, is and Mary, right in the backyard we have a lot of sassafras plants everywhere. That's great to know. Leaf as a fillet is generally not added to the gravy until after vegetables and meats or seafood have finished cooking and have been removed from the heat source. If added during the boil process, filet makes the gumbo to ropey. When added to the end of the gumbo, gains a slightly stringy texture. Roe has become most popular thickener, made from cooking together a roughly equal proportion of flour and fat, traditionally hog lard, although increasingly made with butter since the mid 20th century. The length of cooking time determines the final flavor and texture, since the longer the roux is cooked before being added to the gumbo, the darker it becomes and the less thickening power it retains. A very dark roux provides a much thinner sauce with more tense flavor than a light roux. So, see, I was telling you about Cajun and Creole. There's a difference, and also gumbo is typically divided into two varieties. Combinations traditionally common in New Orleans and southeastern Louisiana are known as Creole, after the Louisiana Creole people, descendants of the area's French, Spanish, and enslaved Africans. Cajun combination were common in southwestern Louisiana, which was described populated primarily by Cajuns, descendants of the French-speaking settlers expelled from Acadia. Located within the modern-day Canadian province of Quebec, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island in the mid 18th century. And like my dad's side is British and relate to some other European countries too, and one of them is some of the people were from one of the ancestors was from Nova Scotia, and but they went to England. So I'm like a mixture of different things from over there. Because my ancestors were loyal to the crown, so that's why they stay there. You know, right. Like there's like a loyal. They were like, who's gonna like pledge allegiance to the king or not? And they're like, they didn't, so they went down here, and then other people stay there. It was like a very awkward, tedious situation. And I mean, imagine being down here without electricity, because it's like when you're down here, and like when a hurricane happens and the power goes out, it makes everything, it's humid and hot and all. So it's very interesting they didn't have any electricity. And gumbo is usually identified by its dark roux, cooked until its color a few shades from burning. The roux is used with okra or filet powder. Seafood is popular in gumbo. The closer to the water the people are, but the southwestern areas of Louisiana often use fowl such as chicken or duck and sausage. The fowl is generally not deboned, and onions, celery, and bell pepper are not strained out of the dish. Cajun gumbo is usually topped with parsley and green onions. And Turning Gun says, I start my mac and cheese with white roux. It's a killer. Well, that's a great idea. And next online says, Mary, it's part of the mint family. Y'all try some. An alien back on headset cooking a boring dinner. All right. Next. Glad you're listening in while we talk about these different things. Creole gumbo most often consists of seafood, tomatoes, and a thickener. Before the latter half of the 20th century, celery was rarely used in Creole gumbo. Yeah, because it's like some of these things I never had in gumbo, and because I had the Creole version. So Creole people originally were like French settlers that were like here in New Orleans. They went here and they were born here. And the now Creole means it's the same people, those French people and Spanish people, but it's also people that are mixed, that are like of African descent also. Like they're called people of color. So like a combination of like people that are like white with some black ancestry. That's what it's like more commonly known as now. Where Cajun is like people that were expelled because they didn't say the King of England was facts. So they were expelled down here to Louisiana. And and they're like of complete white ancestry. Well, they probably have some maybe Indian blood here, maybe, but usually they're like of European descent. The other ones are a mixture of a variety of different things. And gumbo, z herbs, when the Catholics were expected to abstain from eating meat during Lent, a meatless variety of gumbo known as gumbo z herbs from gumbo au herbs or gumbo of greens was often served. This variety varied greens typically included turnips. I grow turnips. I'm growing some right now. Mustard greens and spinach. The greens were cooked to mush and strained through a sieve to produce a thick green liquid. Preparation for this variety of gumbo was time consuming, and Lenten restrictions have relaxed. The dish have become less popular. It is very rarely served in restaurants in modern times. Ham or crab meat is occasionally added to this type of gumbo. Gumbo z herbs may have originated with French, Spanish, West African, and West Africans. It has similarities to the French dish potage au herbe, soup with greens, as well as Afro-Caribbean kalau. The meatless dish also bears striking resemblance to a dish often eaten in Germany on Maundy Thursday. German Catholics obeying Lenten rules often served a stew made of 7 different greens in this date. And also, next online says, yeah, well, Sherry said that. And then Turning Guns mention it because it is not very common to make macaroni and cheese with roux. Turning Gun says lard with handle heat better than butter, so it's preferred to use for a dark roux. And Turning Guns, I would like you to explain in chat more about, we'll say like that versus butter. I know you just like, explained to that. Explain that. It's like because adding lard to something, that's something interesting. Or to add that to macaroni, I wouldn't have thought of that. I probably would have thought of it at some point, but I didn't think about that until you mentioned it. And Mary says Turning Guns, that type of sauce, your macaroni and cheese, bechamel. That's what it sounds like. Exactly. Yeah. Mary says Alien needs to fix everyone here dinner. Food talk is making me hungry. Well, yeah, because we talk about food in the show. We talk about these different things. And also, basically, and I would like to, like, the type of things in, like, I think they're called mussels. See if I got that right. I'm checking this other window. No, that's not right. That's something else. It was called something. Okay, so what? So I'll basically say. Okay, so basically we'll say the point I was going to make. So the giant shrimp in Australia, I don't quite recall what it was called, but that would be really cool to put that in some type of a Creole gumbo dish and like make a hybrid thing. That'd be really cool. Cause like when my sister posted the food, I never saw shrimp that big in my life. Like, they didn't, like down here they're like peewee. They're very small. So the background. Gumbo is often used as a metaphor for the mix of cultures that exist in southern Louisiana. The dish combines the culinary practices of African, Native American, French, and Spanish. In the 18th and 19th centuries, people from these cultures lived within a fairly small area with minimal mobility. In this environment, cultures could influence each other and combine to create new traditions and cuisines. The establishment of Mobile in 1702 marked the beginning of the French colony of Louisiana. French settlers allied with various native tribes, including the Choctaw, Alabama, and Cherokee, from whom they learned new methods of cooking and the ways to identify edible indigenous plants. The dish personifies the word Creole like its human. This is a quote by somebody. Counterparts. Gumbo was born in the New World and took cues from the old, adapt of the new. Cynthia Legionnaire Noblesse. I'm going to say nobles because that's what it looks like, but that's probably not what that is. Noblesse. That's what that is. Yeah. Slave ships arriving in Louisiana in 1719. The first ships carried rice and men who were experienced in its cultivation. So they already cultivated that over there, and they did that here. The grain adapted well to its new environment. Within a few years, rice was commonly grown along the Mississippi River. And also adapted well to its new environment. So the grain adapted well to its new environment. Within a few years, rice was commonly grown along the Mississippi River. In 1721, the 125 Germans settled in 40 miles, 64 km's from New Orleans and introduced the art of making sausage. By the 1746, the white population of Louisiana was estimated to be 3,200, with an estimated of 4,730 black people. Enslaved Africans outnumbered the whites in most areas in Louisiana for at least the next 40 years. And you see, the whites and the blacks lived together down here for a very long time, peacefully. And from my mom's side, the German people, there's different German groups I'm related to. And one of them, he came here in the 1800s. And the colony was transferred from French to Spanish control in 1762. The Spanish government actively recruited settlers from Spanish Louisiana. About 2,000 people from Canary Islands moved to the area south of New Orleans. These settlers were primarily fishermen who soon began supplying large amounts of shrimp, crab, and oysters to the food markets in New Orleans. The Canary Islanders also brought a love for well-seasoned food, including use of ground cayenne pepper, a spicy hot red chili pepper. Spanish authorities also granted permission for many French-speaking Acadian exiles to relocate from North and Northeast North America to Louisiana. From 1755 through 1795, almost 3,000 of these settlers, soon known as Cajuns, moved to the areas of southwest New Orleans. Louisiana was securely returned to France in 1800, then purchased by the United States in 1803. The southernmost part of territory, including New Orleans, became the state in 1812. Turning Gun says, roux is just cooking flour in a fat. Darker roux, the more important it is. Use with a higher flash point. Thanks, Turning Guns. And Delight says, I cook things pretty simple. My girlfriend's parents were seen Galse, I'm not too sure what that is, in German. And she makes some interesting dishes. Thank you for sharing that with us, Delight. And by 1800, the slave trade had introduced new foods to Louisiana, including African vegetable, okra, and hot pepper plants, which likely came from Haiti. Onions and bell peppers were long part of cooking in both Spanish and African traditions. Tomatoes were introduced to the region shortly thereafter. Scholars So this is the origin. Drink some water. Scholars agree that gumbo originated in Louisiana in the early 18th century, but is uncertain. Etymology makes it difficult to pinpoint the origins of the food. Although no conclusive evidence exists, cultural makers indicate several plausible scenarios. As Afro mentioned, while its exact origins are unknown, gumbo is often believed to be a dish of mixed origins of French, Spanish, African, Native American, Caribbean, and German influence. Enslaved African Americans often exchanged or combined ingredients in order to make the dish, allowing it to serve as means of community and identity. West Africans used the vegetable okra as a base for many dishes, including soups, in Louisiana gumbo, including ingredients introduced by several cultural groups. Surviving records indicate that by 1764, Africans in New Orleans mixed cooked okra with rice to make a meal. And Turning Gun says Louisiana is a melting pot of different cooking and styles that blended together well. It's kind of unique in a way because it isn't often that you see polycultural cooking that is, to be perfectly frank, edible. Well said, Turning Guns. Mary says, I will say New Orleans is very different than any other city in Louisiana. Delight says, do people still speak French in Louisiana? Good question, Delight. So, in Louisiana, we there are people that do speak French. I'd say in the Cajun groups, and some schools will teach French. Mine used to teach French. It was actually named. It's a French name. It's école, the first part of it, and basically, so yeah, you're gonna have people that were taught French, but it's mainly in the like Cajun and I'd say probably Creole people would speak it. So as I said, some schools teach that along with Spanish. Spanish is also taught. So answer your question, yes, but it's not like fluently speaking. It's just like the way I talk and the what I like. It just English is spoken, but like and the words are different. It's different than like Turning Guns is a type of French. Like he is more well. He's familiar with both of them, but like say the one that he specializes in. I'll say, in my opinion, it's different than that. But the mainstream French is still spoken. Yes. Oh, delight. That's cool. That's cool. I remember there was like some nursery rhymes when I was a kid, like a little toddler, and I sung some things in French, but I don't quite remember what it was exactly. and also it's a beautiful language. Absolutely. Yeah, and both on both sides of my family, I'm related to two aunts that are both named Marie. It's pretty cool. And so yeah, I'm a mixture of different European countries from both sides of my family. And Cajun French, okay. Turning Gun says Cajun French was the first language that he spoke. Oh, the first language that he spoke. Oh, okay, Turning Guns. Okay. I didn't know that. So the Cajun is the first one that he knew about. And then he learned the other one. I'm going to check something here before I say this thing. Let's go back. Do 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 do. Pawa, indigenous. Oh no, but it's actually what Mary said. It's called. I'm be right with you all in a moment. It's called Marble Bowl Yabe. Through highly unlikely, gumbo could be derivation of traditional French soups, particularly the fish stew bouillabaisse during the cold winters. That's why they cook gumbo in winter, in November. Acadians generally cooked soups using whatever ingredients were readily available. When the Acadians moved to Louisiana in the mid 18th century, they were unable to find many of their traditional ingredients, including turnips and cabbage. This scenario, Acadian colonists substituted local ingredients to those commonly included of the original stew instead of the fish. Settlers used shellfish. The dish was later modified to include ingredients common in other cultures. Okay, Turning Guns, understood. All right. And like as I'm reading, I don't always blue eye in, but as I said, we're going to continue reading. So, some culinary experts in the 20th century, including Celestine Uest, maintained that gumbo was an early special occasion dish for native tribes. This is further implied by a late 18th century Cajun practice. At that time, rice was a luxury for many Cajuns. They served gumbo over corn grits, a pairing common in the stews of native tribes. The use of corn in filet powder may imply that the dish was derived from native cuisine. Rice Slay. Okay, thanks. Okay, Mary. She says Louis Armstrong signed his letters and notes, red beans and ricefully yours. Nice. These theories are intermixed in local legend of the Frying Pan Revolt or Petticoat insurrection. According to the legend, in 1722, French colonists gathered in New Orleans at the home of Governor Jean Baptiste Le Moyer to protest the lack of familiar ingredients. Bienvale's housekeeper, Madame Langousse, taught the woman how to improve basic gumbo. Lagousse, rather. Improve the basic gumbo, so that she taught the women how to improve basic gumbo. Langousse used okra ingredient, which the women had previously been introduced to by the African people they were enslaving. The Spanish and Choctaw introduced ingredients common in Choctaw cuisine: shrimp, crawfish, and filet powder. Yeah, the Aster, the Asterix comics. Yeah. The first written references to gumbo appear in early 19th century. In 1802 by John Silby described the dish they call gumbo, which is made principally of okra into the thick kind of soup and eat with rice. It is the food of everybody. It is the food at everybody for dinner at supper. The following year, the French governor Paris, Les Sot, hosted a soirée, which 24 different gumbos were prepared. According to author Cynthia Noblesse, these two events give clues to gumbo's Spanish colonial popularity and illustrate that the dish could be both humble and refined. In 1824 cookbook, Mary Randolph's The Virginia Housewife was the first to include a recipe for gumbo called Gumbo, a West India dish. The simple recipe described how to boil okra and bore little resemblance to the stew commonly known as gumbo. The same book contained a recipe for okra soup made with okra, onions, followed bacon, tomatoes, and lima beans. Hey, I'm growing lima beans. Thickened with flour. Although this recipe bore similarities to gumbo, it is more closely resembled a Caribbean dish called callaloo. A more familiar version of the dish was described in an 1879 cookbook by Maroon Tyree. Her cookbook, Her Housekeeping in Old Virginia, described gumbo filet à la Creole, a filet-based gumbo with chicken and oysters, spiced with allspice, cloves, red black pepper, parsley, and thyme. The 1881 cookbook, What Miss Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking, dictated by the former slave Abby Fisher, contained 3 gumbo recipes, oyster gumbo soup used a filet base, while okra gumbo and chicken gumbo used okra as a base. 4 years later, the cookbook La Cuisine Creole documented 8 varieties of gumbo. None used sausage, but almost all of them contained ham. That's how New Orleans is sometimes. Until the 1970s, gumbo was primarily popular in the Gulf Coast of the United States. It gained a broader profile after the death of United States Senator Allen Ellender, a native Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana. Ellender had often cooked gumbo for his colleagues. Really? Okay, they're gone. Ellender cooked often gumbo for his colleagues, including 5 American presidents. After Ellender died in 1972, Senate directed at their cafeteria in Louisiana Creole gumbo made with seafood to its menu in his honor. The dish became more widely popular in the 1980s when chef Paul Prudhomme's popularity spurred interest in the Creole Cajun cooking. I agree, Mary. Exactly. Yeah, he's a good chef. Chef Ramsay. Gumbo is cooked for a minimum of 3 hours and often simmers all day. Meat, but not seafood, is often browned beforehand and removed from the heat. Okra and roux are cooked before other vegetables and seafood. According to Noblesse, proper seasoning of gumbo is essential. In Louisiana, adding just the right zing is considered an art. Because seafood cooks fairly. Right. Thank you. Zing and considered it because seafood cooks fairly quick. It is not added to the pot until the end of the process. As the gumbo finishes cooking, green onions and parsley are sometimes sprinkled on it. When desired, filet powder is added last. Yeah, shout out to Turning Guns. Coffee time. Creole and Cajun gumbos are served with hot rice, which helps the dish to feed a larger number of people. Gumbo herbs is served with rice on the side. Gumbo is almost always served directly from the pot on the stove, although in wealthier or fancier homes, the dish might be transferred to ruin. Never heard of that. Yeah, I know what that is. That's a nice dish. I just didn't know what it was called. I knew what it was. It's for serving dish for foods such as soups or stews, often shaped as a broad, deep, oval vessel with flexed handles and a low domed cover with a knob or handle. on the table. Often gumbo and bread are the sole courses in a meal. Although many Cajun families provide a side dish of potato salad, occasionally gumbo is served as part of a larger menu. Yes, wait for my gumbo. Son Iet gives examples of the main types of Creole gumbos along with descriptions of family traditions about them. Since the 19th century, gumbo has often been served as a social gatherings or other special occasions in Louisiana. Local Thie Doudou. I know it's a French word. It's all right. I'm not trying to mock the French. Dance parties usually provided gumbo beginning at midnight. Many families have a gumbo or host a casual social gathering where friends and family chat and enjoy alcoholic beverages and gumbo. Baptiste. All right, thanks, Mary. Gumbo is prepared and enjoyed by Louisianians of all races and ethnicities and is multicultural influences have evolved and through the years gumbo is a feature in both urban and rural areas of Louisiana. In rural Acadia in southern Louisiana, gumbo is a central feature of Mardi Gras celebrations. On Mardi Gras, local men wander from house to house to beg for gumbo ingredients. Has an event known as Coeur de Mardi Gras. Members of the local community then gather in central location while the men cook the gumbo. When it's ready, the the group eats not eats but eats and dances until midnight when Lent begins. Gumbo is the official cuisine of the state of Louisiana. Many southern Louisiana cooking competitions center around gumbo and is a central feature of many local festivals. The self described gumbo capital of the world, Bridge City, Louisiana, holds an annual gumbo festival. The festival features gumbo cooked a cast iron pot 3 feet deep and 5 feet in diameter. More commonly, festival gumbo pots measure 2 feet in depth and diameter. And Mary says New Orleans was known for yat accent like Boston, New York, that seemed to have faded away. A lot more old school New Orleans is being taken over by carpetbaggers and hipsters. Yep. And Turning Gun says coffee is done, and he'll work on the chocolate chiffon pie with the pecan crust and smattering of Swiss chocolate shavings. Awesome. The cuisine of New Orleans encompasses of common dishes and foods. In New Orleans, Louisiana, it is perhaps the most distinctively recognized regional cuisine in the United States. Some dishes originate in New Orleans, while others common popular in the city surrounding the areas. Yeah, that's funny, Mary. Yeah. Surrounding areas such as the Mississippi River Delta, southern Louisiana, and cuisine of New Orleans is heavily influenced by Creole cuisine, Cajun cuisine, and soul food. Later, due to immigration of Italian cuisine and Sicilian cuisine, also has some influence on the cuisine of New Orleans. Seafood also plays. Prud'homme. Okay. Immigration, Italy cuisine, and Sicilian cuisine also has some influence on the cuisine of New Orleans. Seafood also plays a prominent part in the cuisine. Dishes invented in New Orleans include po' boy and moufliette sandwiches, oysters, Rockefeller, and oysters bin Eveille, pomme panu, and paulote, and bananas Foster. Yeah. What? Yeah, turning guns is like, yeah, 3 in the morning ripping around on a motorcycle. Exactly. And also, we have, yeah, so these are some of the different dishes and things. Well, this kind of generalization of it. Let's see, Acadian, yeah, by the British. Chat's hilarious. Looks like we got some more French words. Facts. And then we have andouille, a smoked sausage made with pork, shoulder roast, garlic, and other spices, often used in ingredients in dishes such as gumbo and jambalaya. Blackened redfish, a redfish fillet coated with mixture of seasonings and a flash fried in red hot cast iron skillet. The skin of the fish is charred back while the Inside is moist and tender. Boiled seafood. Boiled sea boiled shellfish such as crawfish, shrimp, and crabs, often served with boiled corn potatoes. Taurine. Sometimes, Mary, I talk to myself or make references to myself or something to chat. I don't know if chat, if I was talking, if I was referring to chat, they would have understood what I meant. Yeah. Scared. And also boiled seafood, boiled shellfish, such as crawfish, shrimp, and crabs, often served with boiled corn and potatoes. Bo Bodine, sausage made with pork, rice, and Cajun spices. Yeah, Delight. Okay, so she's saying something is I said was Fey Dodo. All right. So classic dumplings, comprised of cooked rice, yeast, sugar, and eggs and flour. The resulting batter is deep fried, traditionally a breakfast dish served with coffee or café au lait. Yeah, facts. Yeah, facts, Mary. I remember algebra. The principal taught it. The one when he taught it, that was I really liked that class. He did well with that. Nice and calm. Because it was like it's like a puzzle. You take different things, and that's what I'm saying. Like the two variables are Brad and Pitt. So you would take the two variables and make it into one thing. That would be an algebraic equation. There you go. Mm-hmm. Cal-ass dumplings, composed primarily of cooked rice, yeast, sugar, and eggs, and flour, resulting batter. Oh, I just read that. And Turning Gun says, "Oh no, cow, car, the character of Pulp Fiction. His name is Brad. Say what again, guy?" Couche, couche, a fried cornmeal dish that is traditionally eaten for breakfast. Ingredients such as eggs, raisins, milk, or syrup are sometimes added. Dirty rice, a traditional Cajun Creole dish made from white rice and that gets a dirty color from being cooked with small pieces of chicken liver or giblets. Green, well, what else? I'll say the other thing. So the crochet, a fried cornmeal dish traditionally eaten for breakfast. Ingredients such as eggs, raisins, milk, or syrup are sometimes added. Dirty rice, traditional Cajun and Creole dishes made from white rice that gets dirty color from being cooked with small pieces of chicken liver or giblets. Green bell pepper, celery, onion, and spiced with cayenne and black pepper. Eggs sardu. Part poached eggs with artichoke bottoms, creamed spinach, and hull and dace sauce, sometimes with other ingredients such as anchovies or chopped ham. Etouffee, crawfish, sometimes or shellfish, such as shrimp or crabs, cooked using a technique called smothering with roux, Cajun spices, and other ingredients, and served with rice. Gumbo, a stew of meat and or shellfish with celery, bell peppers, onions, and stock, made with either okra, filet powder, or roux. And Turing Gun says, "There's your mere poo again. Celery and onion, yeah, bell pepper, and the Holy Trinity, as they say." Yes. Yeah. Shout out to Turning Guns for pointing that out. Jambalaya, a dish of rice, meat, and often combination of andouille, sausage, chicken, and shrimp, cooked with vegetables and Creole spices. Maku chow, a creamy corn stew usually made with bell peppers, onions, tomatoes. It is sometimes braised with bacon and tasu. And mouf olete, a sandwich on a muffalata bread, a round Italian bread with sesame seeds with olive salad spread on the bread, filled with various meats and cheeses such as ham, capicella, Somali, m- mortadella, mozzarella, and provolone. So, oyster bienvenue, a traditional dish, New Orleans cuisine. It consists of baked oysters, ingredients including shrimp, mushrooms, bell peppers, charret, a roux with butter, parmesan cheese, and other lighter cheese, as well as breadcrumbs. Oyster, oysters en brochette, a classic dish in New Orleans Creole cuisine. Raw oysters are skewered, alternating with pieces of partially cooked bacon. The entire dish is then broiled or breaded, usually with corn flour, then either deep fried or sauteed. I think I pronounced it like that, Mary, but I'll say it again. Mufalata. I think I said that. But pistole, either of the two bread based dishes in Louisiana cuisine. One is stuffed and fried bread roll, sometimes called stuffed pistolettes, and Cajun area around Lafitte. Other type of submarine-shaped bread, about half the size of baguette, that is popular in New Orleans, Vietnamese, banh mi, and other sandwiches. Po' boy, submarine sandwich on a wide piece of French bread. Popular fillings include fried seafood such as shrimp, oysters, or catfish. The more traditional roast beef with brown gravy, usually topped with shredded lettuce, tomatoes, and riz molde. Pompano and paloite. Paloite. And a pano filet cooked and pap elote. And sealed parchment paper envelope with a white sauce of wine, shrimp, and carb meat. Red beans and rice, kidney beans cooked with Cajun spices, ham, and vegetables such as bell peppers, onions, and celery, served together with white rice. Rice and gravy, small pieces of beef, sometimes chicken or pork, simmered for a long time with onions, peppers, and other seasonings, and served over white rice. Shrimp Creole, cooked shrimp in a mixture of tomatoes, onions, bell peppers, and celery, spiced with hot pepper sauce and or cayenne based seasoning, and served over steamed boiled white rice. Turtle soup, a thick soup made with turtle meat and Creole spices. The local spices species are now protected. Turtle meat from states is used alternatively. A mock turtle soup is made with a veal or meat yaka mean. A soup stewed beef and broth with noodles and garnished with half hard-boiled egg and chopped onion, green onions, and Creole seasonings. All right. A pâté of Calais, New Orleans restaurant, dirty rice, crawfish étouffée. It's 333. Facts. Synchronicity. Bananas Foster, a dessert made from bananas and vanilla ice cream with sauce made from butter, brown sugar, cinnamon, dark rum, and banana liqueur. Often served as a flambe, created in 1951 by Paul Blangue at Brennan's restaurant in New Orleans. Biagnet, a square-shaped pastry made with deep-fried dough and topped with powdered sugar. Bread pudding, a sweet dessert made from bread, milk, eggs, and sugar, often served warm and topped with whiskey sauce, rum sauce, or caramel sauce. Dubrige cake. Dubrige cake. Yeah, it does look good, Delight. And also, see my spot. So we have Hugh Big's Pie. Yeah, Hugh Big's Pie. Oh yeah. A brand of maize-produced glazed overturns of fried dough with various fruit filling. The company was founded in 1922. No pies have been made since the factory was destroyed in a fire in 2012. Huckabuck, also known as Hucklebuck, is dessert made by taking any of various sweet fruit flavored drinks and freezing them in a cup, sometimes sold by street vendors. King cake, a cake made of braided brioche dough laced with cinnamon, with purple, green, and gold frosting, and a smaller plastic baby hidden inside, eaten during Mardi Gras. That's very good. Praline. Oh, I can tell you some praline stories. So the praline, a candy made with pecans, brown, white sugar, butter, and cream. The neighbors next door, they used to fix that. I would try that. I would eat that. Very good candy. Oh, good grief. It's so good. It's an explosion of flavor like gumbo. It's a very good snack. Let's see. Let's go to Google. Alright, so this is a praline. Delicious. Yeah. Oh, yes, Mary, you did, and thank you for that. And also, so these are the nice, you know, the nice. Right. What's that? What? What's that? Okay, thanks. Pro Balloon. Alright. Yeah. Alright, thank you. And also, so you have these praline candies, and they're very good. So that's what that looks like. And then you have Snowball, shaved ice with flavored syrup served in a cup with straw similar to snow cone but with ice that is more finely grounded and fluffy, absorbs syrup better. Crystal Hot Sauce, a brand of hot sauce made with aged red cayenne peppers, distilled with white vinegar and salt. Rem ol ade, con- condiment invented in France that is usually alui, alui or mayonnaise based, Although similar to tartar sauce, it is often more yellowish or reddish in Louisiana, often flavored with curry, and sometimes contains chopped pickles or piccali. Tabasco sauce, a brand of hot sauce made with aged Tabasco peppers from the Avery Island. Shout out to Turning Guns for a recipe. A Beta beer. I've had a Beta beer before. That's very. It's so naturally tasting. It tastes so natural, and it's like fizzy, and it's like drinking water. It's very good, and have a lot of classic flavors. A Beta beer varieties include Amber, Jacoma, IPA, well, IPA, Purple Haze, and Turbo Dog. Yeah, mentioning blackened seasoning. Yeah, I agree. I agree, turning guns. And then Dixie Beer, founded in 1907, since Hurricane Katrina, the beer has been contract brewed at other locations. But they started a new Dixie Beer in New Orleans. It's like right over there, that way. They made a new one. And Hand Grenade, a trademark melon flavored cocktail sold in translucent plastic container resembling orthomorphic hand grenade. Interesting. I haven't seen that before. Ah, I know what that is now. I've seen pictures of that. Herb is Saint. Well, first I'll read. So Turning Gun says 2 teaspoons of smoked paprika, 1% teaspoon onion powder, 1% teaspoon garlic powder, 1% teaspoon dried oregano, 1 teaspoon dried thyme, 1 teaspoon ground black pepper, 1.5 teaspoon kosher salt, the elephant. Thank you. Oh, Mary, I didn't know that. Thanks for sharing. So, Herb is Saint, a brand of an NSA flavored liquor originally marketed as a substitute for absinthe. No, absinthe. And also with. There's a drink that's like a liquor I have that's a Parleen liquor, and it's very good. Although it's been ages since I've drank anything. Milk punch, a cocktail made with brandy or bourbon milk sugar and vanilla extract with nutmeg sprinkled on top. NOLA beer made by the New Orleans Lager Ale Brewing Company. Bunye. I knew it. NOLA beer made by the New Orleans Lager and Ale Beer Company. Paya Chahons Bitters. Thanks, Mary, for the pronunciation. And cocktails first made in New Orleans in 1830s. Pitchauds. It's Pitchauds. Bitters. I should have known that the first time I said it. Brand of bitters. Bitter tasting alcohol ingredient of cocktails first made in New Orleans in 1830s. Ramous Gin Fizz, also known as New Orleans Fizz, a large frothy cocktail invented in New Orleans in the 1880s. Ingredients include gin, lemon juice, lime juice, egg white, sugar cream, soda water, and orange flower water. Saz Iraq, a cocktail made of rye and cognac. Absinthe. Absinthe. Or herbicide, Pitchauds, bitters, sugar, Vieux Carré, a cocktail invented in 1930s, the Carousel Piano Bar Lounge, with rye, cognac, vermouth, Biennier, Dictenier, and Pouchards, Angostura, and the Vieux Carré Old Square is another name for the French Quarter. Interesting. And Turning Gun says, I do blackened cabbage and bourbon reduction in one a while, and I use a seasoning recipe. It's pretty decent side. Cafe, so non-alcoholic ones. Cafe Ayu Lay, coffee with roasted chicory root and scalded milk, popularized part of Cafe du Monde. Delaware Punch, a brand of fruit flavor carbonated soft drink that is no longer produced. Dr. Nut, a brand of sweet almond flavored soft drink produced from the late 1930s, early 1950s. Companies is like Dornax Food Center. See if it'll show a picture of it for a second. Yeah, Dornax. We go there sometimes. Liedenheimer Banking Company. Established in 1896, the bakery is best known for its French bread used for po' boy sandwiches and other local breads such as muffaletta, pistolette, Zatarain's, a food and spice company based in New Orleans. It produced Cajun Creole cuisine related foods. All right. Yeah, the Carousel Bar. That's where we've went to. It's the only revolving bar in New Orleans, Louisiana. The bar is inside the Hotel Monteleone, overlooks the Royal Street French Quarter of New Orleans. Installed in 1949, a 25-seat circular bar turns on 2,000 large steel rollers. Cafe Reconcile, non-profit restaurant in New Orleans. Delight says there are live streams on Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras times. Yep, that's true. I know about those. There is Broussard's, Cafe du Monde, Anglio Bor Atco's, and Antony's, Arnaud's, Breads on Oak, Bernane's Creole Restaurant, and Broussard's, Cafe du Monde, Cafe Lafitte, and XLA, Cafe. Yeah, I read that already. Camomilla Grill. Oh, the picture of Antony's looks like it. Thanks, Delight. Carousel Piano Bar. That's a. Well, we're gonna move him out the way so people can see that. Carousel Bar. The Central Grocery Store Company. Clancy's. Commander's Palace. Dickey's Brennan's Steakhouse. Yeah, facts. I love crawfish boils. And also, I remember, I'll tell you a story. So, my birthday, on my birthday, I was hanging out with my friends down the street. And we're playing basketball at a park. And then I'm like, I really got to go home, like to my friend's house. And he's like, all right, I'll take you there. And this is like when I was in high school, like my senior year. And then, because my friend's mom was boiling a bunch of crabs, just by coincidence, on my birthday, just by a coincidence. And So then I'm like, all right, I got to go back and get some of those crabs. So they brought me back, and they went off to do something, and a group of friends, and so I ate a bunch of crabs on my birthday. Then he came back, and he was like, "Oh, this is why you want to come back so early." So, and it was a boil. It was like the crabs are being boiled. It's like a crawfish boil. And Turning Gun says, "Remember the first crawfish boil? He went down to drink a little too much and was almost crawling around." And Dom Iseli's Po' Boy and Bar. Dong Vong Oriental Bakery. That's right by my house. Well, sort of. It's like that way. If you went in that direction, it's just like Asia. There's like Buddhist temples. It looks like Vietnam, like that war, and it's like all these little well, yeah, little Vietnamese people everywhere. It's cute. Yeah, turning guns. Yeah, yeah, it's more careful now. Dorky chases. Never heard of that. Gala Galatoise. Yeah, so Turning Guns. This is the restaurant that I went to. I was talking about. Yeah, it was that one. It was Galatoise. I remember it, and everybody was wearing suits and ate some French food. It was really good. And Hanson Snowbliz. And then we have La Pete Grocery, neighborhood eatery located in uptown New Orleans. Mr. B's Bistro. That's a. I have not been to that, but it's a good restaurant. Oh, Delight. Locals go to the restaurants. Of course. It's not just for tourists. There's tourists there, but it's the locals. Like, we eat this food all the time. Like, that's why, like, people love living in the city. There may be crime, there may be goofy people, some here and there, but this is why people stay here. Because of the food. If you go anywhere else, and I can be corrected if I'm wrong, the food isn't the same like it is down here. And like my friends, like they'll tell me that, like, maybe New Orleans is a to go somewhere else or something because of the this or that, because of the crime and stuff. But like, it's like they don't have the food. They don't have the same. It's not the same. Like, and you all understand. Y'all understand why I like New Orleans so much. And so the locals eat this all the time. Like I told you, my birthday, for no reason, they're heating crabs. They were just making gumbo for no reason. Like my senior year at high school, my neighbor, the one next door, he was just like, he came over to fix some or help my grandpa with something, and then he was like, "You want to come get some gumbo?" I'm like, "Yeah." So it's just like a regular thing, and people just do this for regularly. And about the restaurants, locals go there regularly, and the tourists do too. It's really an interesting place to be. Turning Guns, I don't recall. I'm gonna go look it up in a moment. Yeah, we'll look that up now. I could do it right now. I don't remember. Let's see, New Year's champagne dinner, menus. Okay. There's a theater in there? I didn't know that. Okay, so this is the menu. I'll get myself out of here. My wonderful face. I'll pause it for a second. Okay. So we're going to look at this menu. This is the appetizers. We'll look at the whole thing. All right, here we go. Y'all can look at it. We'll look at it through this area so I could see what's being displayed on the screen. Okay. All right, we're going to go down some more. So this is the salads. This is the eggs. Poultry. Yes, turning guns, I agree. And shellfish. Here we go. And this is the fish. Hello, DJ. Thanks for your take on it. And yeah, yeah, and yeah. This is the fish. All right. Well, we'll go down to the meat. Those that are like maybe that are listening, we're looking at various fish and meat dishes from this French restaurant. All right, chat. All right. Yeah, facts. Facts. All right, the meat. You have some pork chops and a couple of French styled meat dishes for those that are like listening. And I'll say that so you'll have prices of like $45, $57, $27, $42, optional garnishes, $4, $6, $4, $7, $4, $7. And they have the NY strip, 57, and you have 22, 54, $39. These different ones. These are the sides. You have asparagus, broccoli, and things like that. $9, $8, $7, $6, $8, $7, $8. And it ranges from $9, $7, and $8. And one is $6, which is a boiled potato. Last time I ate there was like 2006, and it's always like wearing suits. And my mom was like, I could wear a suit at this place. It's the dress code. Like you can't wear anything else but like a suit or a dress. So they have like soups that are like $9 to $11, and they have salad. They have different salads, $9 to $23. You had some eggs, egg dishes, $21 to $23. And I'm gonna read chat. Those who are listening could also have an idea what's going on. Chat is very good insight. So, Turning Gun says decent prices, but the eggs are a little out of hand at price wise. DJ says the decent prices, but the eggs seem a little high. So DJ and Turning Guns both agree on that. And also, Turning Gun says I would have no problem eating there, not the eggs though. DJ says I guess we are on the same page. Turning Guns. Turning Gun says 54 for a lamb. Ouch. Turning Gun says ribeye 57. Add for garnish and a side bottle of wine. Yeah, 125 a plate for a dinner. And Delight says it's so long since she's been to a restaurant, but the prices seem high. Yeah, the reason why the prices are very high, it's a luxury French restaurant. This is an exception, okay, from a other restaurants in the city that you could go to have French food and stuff. This is an exception. It's a different type of thing. And also, Turning Gun says, supposed to spend the same for wine. 2 plates, a little bit expensive for sure. Yes, it is very expensive. And, you know, the salads, I said that. So the eggs, $28. And poultry, it's like $26 to $32. Okay, Delight. All right, understood. Because it's like, and a lot of people eat at regular chain restaurants or pizza places or I don't know, Applebee's or whatever people eat at. they'll, I've not eaten Applebee's before, but like my friends and I, we've gotten pizza and stuff. Like this is not anything like I've not eaten at a place like that in a very long time. It's been like 2006. Then the Monteleon, I went there, but that's another exception. And I look up like Cafe Du Monde's prices, for instance. Yes, turning guns exactly. Like, imagine going there every day. I mean, plus with inflation, chat, I don't know how many people are going to these kind of places, especially in America with the inflation. So the shellfish is like $28 to $29. Okay, Delight, I didn't know that. Thank you for uh, sharing that with us. And you have fish that ranges from to $28. Meat is 45 to 54. And the eggs they're talking about is 21 to 23, 28. And the soups, it's 9 to 10 to 11. And you have appetizers, 9 to $22 to $42, 9 to $42. And let's see. Let's go to the Cafe Du Monde menu. Right on turning guns. Don't miss out, but I'm going to miss out. Alright, so we have this. Let's see if they can see it. It's a little. I think they can see it. Okay. It's like a coffee place. You look at the hot regular beverage is like $4. Iced coffee, it's like 6. Frozen regular is like 7. Hot chocolate. Well, I don't think I was reading the price. I don't know. Oh, I'm reading the price wrong. It's on the other side. Forget everything I just said. I think it's. I may have been saying it right. It's a little bit confusing, but here. There you go. Like that. Those are some prices, and those are probably prices. I'm just not entirely sure. It's like a coffee place. I've been there before. Now that's the left side. Now we're going to go to this side. Alright. They take cash only. And and it's a coffee place. And let's say a Monteleone menu. Carousel bar. This was a hotel in New Orleans. This is the Carousel bar. That's the Carousel bar. Since the 1949 bar menu. Oyster Rockefeller says 18. White. Truffle fries 17. Duck. Confit. It's a little bit hard to see. Want unknowns 17. Grilled barbecue shrimp 18. Bacon grilled cheese 16. Delived eggs 15. Fried cheese ravioli 16. Cochin is 16. Shrimp pot stickers 19. Hisses is 15. Blue crab and corn is 26. Ariston is 37. Cuban Sammy is 18. Mussels is 18. Fried chicken biscuit 18. Monte sliders is 18. That's the Carousel bar. I know they have a restaurant, but yeah, but so basically and there's all kinds of different restaurants and things like people can go to with various different prices. Like Antony's. Let's see like what Antony's menu is. Alright, so we have okay, chat. Here is Antony's dinner menu. And it has prices ranging from 20 to 18. They have oysters, escargot, oysters Rockefeller, and oysters Benville. You have that. Gumbo and salads. Next you have gumbo and salads ranging from 14 to 11. And now it's possible I'm getting something mixed up and it may not be the price, but I think that is the price. But anyway, this is like the menu. Like the Galatoires, they were very good at telling you like what the price was, but it's not like all this stuff's good and to have like it's a special occasion to these kind of things. But this is not like the type of restaurant like Galatoire's. It's a little bit like it's a little different than the other one. And you have Pon Pompano Pontchartrain. Pontchartrain is a lake north of me, so in that direction, there's a giant lake. Shrimp Creole. It looks like prices range from 15 to 46. Okay. And you have the filet and chicken ranchambu, some French food, champagne bourguignon, a couple of different things, and they range from say 50 to 75. And right, we did that one. And sides, cream spinach, asparagus, Brabant, potatoes, savory, onion, rice, pumpes, fruites, lobster, mac and cheese. You have winter cocktails and classic cocktails. Looks like it's ranging from 15 to 17, and you have 8 to 14. French Mule, Fallen Fairy, Veilleux Carré. Right, now I'm going to scroll down. Zero proof cocktails. And then you have these desserts. Baked Alaska. Okay, yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Turning Guns. Yes, they sell complete plates. Right. This is Antony's restaurant. Sparkling, white wine, rosé, red wine, local beer. Yeah, so yeah, last bottle. Oh yeah, so I was right. There are prices. Ha, to myself. 77, 22, 49, 66, 14. It ranges in prices. The beers are like $6. I've not even been to Antony's before. Like I remember I went to with my aunt. I went to the Outback Steakhouse with my aunt one time a couple years ago. Like so they have also have chain restaurants here as well. But the food here is very unique. All right. All right. Good. Achoo. I sneezed. All right, so that's the menu for Antony's. Yeah, so those are some things with the restaurants here. Yeah, Turning Gun says Antony's menu is a little bit more plateable. Right, right. Right. Let's come back. It's all right, Turning Guns. All right, so we have these. Also, you have the Oriental Bakery. The Dong Fong. That's a good one. You drag it. Yeah, things out of focus. Palatable. Okay, I get it. Yeah. All right. I remember that the snowball stands here are very good. They have good snowball stands, like over out here and stuff. They're very good. I love them. Yes, Delight. And I also make typos too. I, I do it all the time. And like, I remember there was a stream one night where I didn't pronounce cartridge. For some reason, I just couldn't say the word right. I was like doing a bunch of stuff and saying things, sometimes writing things. It happens to me with either, sometimes with the typos happen to me. Also, even when saying things like when a lot of stuff's going on, it's possible to have a situation. Yeah, but yeah, Delight, I understand what you mean. Like, we all, regardless, we all have issues with the typos. Antony's. I like the ironing on the balcony. It's kind of like my grandparents' house looks like that. Has that same type of fixture on it. So you have different types of drinks. You have different types of food dishes and things here. and different types of restaurants with different prices and way they serve dishes and stuff. It's very interesting. Good conversation about that. All right. You're welcome, Turning Guns. Glad you like it. And also with sassafras, I said this grows in my yard. It grows in the area, and I'm glad to know that that's in gumbo. I'll put it in there next time I make it. All right, well, I finished all the topics I wanted to cover tonight, so we've reached the end of the show. So we're going to switch screens. All right, so we did the gaming, and we talked about the very variety of different things, including the New Orleans food. And okay, Delight, thank you for coming. So I am thankful for all of you that came here watching the rerun or watching the different, watching it right now or whatever. And we had some drama with the game earlier because of some hijackers on the ship. We had a lot of interesting things happen tonight. And Turning Gun says he wanted to say that the seafood is decently priced, but the meats are expensive. Understood, Turning Guns, and I agree with you. And as I said, thank you, chat, for participating and being here, and we had a great conversation. And now it is over with. Good night, good morning, wherever you are, for this special VIP late night stream that we do. And we have other streams, of course, that will be, we'll have multiple streams in the future. And these late night specials we have, thank you all for coming here and all those that help out. And, alright. Peace out. Okay, next. Nice to see you too, and glad you enjoyed it. And, alright, peace.